ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI. Reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria, Sunday's edition, the first edition for the week. I am Wilson Marshall. Today is all about the state of the nation, the state of our beloved country, Nigeria. Security situation between negotiating with bandits or fighting them, because that is what seems to be on the front burner. If you go to the north, in a particular state, over 14 local governments have come to terms with negotiating with terrorists for peace to reign. You're going to see them brandishing their guns unchecked, moving freely amongst the populace with AK-47 strapped around their shoulders. Some, they have their grenades, but they are walking peacefully. They go to parties, wedding ceremonies, you just name it, as if they are one and in tandem with society. And they are saying that they are now in the budget of the government. How did we get here? Some are saying that is the best way to go for peace to reign. I'm not a fan of Sheikh Gumi for what he said. He said, you should put these bandits and terrorists in your budget. Like thinking about it, I was like, what? Really? He said for peace to reign, America shouldn't come bomb them or should make the situation worse. Rather, they should put the terrorists and bandits in budgets. That means you budget for bandits, budget for terrorists, so you can give them their own share. There'll be peace. Hello? Would that really bring forth peace? We're going to take a look at this. Some are saying, look, forget about negotiation. Bomb them back to the cave or to the elements or cave ages. We don't want to see them for us to have peace. If you talk about paying them, negotiating with them, for how long would the government tolerate them? For how long would they keep putting them in the budget? Giving up ransom here and there. For how long? So the only way out is to fight to finish. Some are saying, yes, they are too small for our military to handle, but it's like they're getting bigger. Others are saying, look, the reason why this is happening is because they've infiltrated our forces. And that brings to mind what late President Muhammadu Buhari did. All the so-called repentant Boko Haram, he gave them a free way to enter the military. Maybe perhaps he thought that being part of the military, it will keep them busy, occupied, so they will not have time to go join these terror groups. But right now, here we are. Information leaks like no man's business. Formation, everything shattered because of informant of these terrorists and bandits in our forces. Military, police, DSS, NSCDC. Some are saying they're all there. So no matter how you want to do it, they tend to get this information, ambushing our soldiers, killing some of them, and like a vicious cycle, it goes on and on and on because they are inside our forces. How can you explain? You made a perfect plan on how to go neutralize insurgents. On your way to that particular point in time, you just become the prey. Because why? One of your colleague, your comrade in arms, choose to give information to the terrorists that you guys are coming. Instead of the soldiers to become, or to be rather, the hunter, they now became the hunted. Instead of them to prey on these terrorists, the terrorists are not preying on them because of these leakages, saboteurs in the system. And I say the mistake was made by our late President Muhammadu Buhari for allowing them to come into the ministry. The question now is, can it be revoked? Don't they have their database? Don't they know XYZ repented Boko Haram that are in the military? Can't they fish them out? Can't they just start at a particular point? Lots and lots of questions to answer. My analysts definitely are going to throw more light on it. Aside that, to go across Nigeria into Guinea-Bissau, where there was a coup in the heart of an election. Can you imagine that? They went out there to cast their vote, to exercise their franchise. All of a sudden, bam, there was a coup. Well, let our former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, be. They allowed him safe passage back to Nigeria. And instead, they please release the result because ECOWAS, AU, they have the results. But the military on the ground, do you think they'll listen to that? It was in the heart of the election. That was when the coup took place. Coalition almost getting set to call result. Military took over. We'll take a look at that also, the impact on ECOWAS. Guinea-Bissau, among the countries right now, being ruled by the military, what does it say about ECOWAS, about West Africa, about Africa as a continent? All these and more we'll take a look at after this break, when we'll go dive straight to the papers to get to see what the headlines are saying. Welcome aboard TMI, Sunday's edition with Wilson and Marshall. I'll be right back to flip to the pages of the newspapers to bring to you various headlines making the rounds. Do stay.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, let's take a look at what some of the headlines are saying this beautiful Sunday morning as we peruse through our various headlines making the rounds in our dailies. Quickly, let's dive into it. The Punch. On the Punch newspaper, we have this screamer: ambassadors opposition APC clash over Tinubu's nominees. Now that is a screamer, saying ambassadors opposition APC clash over Tinubu nominees. Let's move on. Tribune. Wike's hammer falls on powerful Nigerians, revokes land belonging to Ilorin Emir, Lamido, Ganduje, Donald Duke, Iyabo Obasanjo, CBN, all hear them others, all the names you're seeing right now, they were affected by revocation, so to speak, of their land title deeds. And Wike is like not caring whose ox is God. According to him, is doing his job. Let's move on to the next paper, please. On this day, we have this headline: Tinubu sent 32 additional ambassadorial nominees list to Senate for confirmation. ADC only visible alternative for Nigeria, says Atiku, insists APC, PDP have failed. Two major headlines. President vows to work tirelessly to tackle insecurity. He is becoming a serious menace, so to speak. So President said, look, they're going to do their best to tackle insecurity. Let's move to the next paper. Vanguard. The screamer: terrorist strongholds in 9 states. Yes, you could see the maps there. Terrorist stronghold in 9 states. Remember I told you on a local government in the north where terrorists, according to report, are having serious stronghold in 14 local government. They're talking about negotiation. Right now it's like they're at peace. Some are calling it graveyard peace because terrorists, they are going freely. Security agents will just see them and turn their faces. After all, that's the truth that they have. Terrorists brandishing AK-47, brandishing no matter of rifles, going, walking, smiling, going to parties, going to the market, having laughs with the community because they have the truth. That means what is behind that truth? Someone is giving them money either on a monthly or a weekly basis. But some are saying, how long can this truth be sustained? That's a question right now. Hence the topic: insecurity in Nigeria, between negotiating with terrorists or fighting them to the last man standing. That is the topic before us today, because Nigeria right now, people are really scared. Citizens are not really happy about what is going on. People are in pain. So we talk about security situation, security challenges. That is where we are right now. We're praying that Mr. President will be able to surmount this situation with his group of armed forces, the police, the soldiers, the Navy, the Air Force, the DSS, NSCDC. You just name it, because it's becoming so tiring and very annoying. Nigerians really are not happy with the current security situation. Right now, we'll go on a break. When we return, we'll tee up with our first discussion segment. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
ITV.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI. We're diving into the state of the nation. Current security situation between negotiation with terrorists or fighting these terrorists. Some states in Nigeria, they've tested both. The 4th from what they said, they couldn't really comprehend, they couldn't really surmount, they couldn't really cage the power of the terrorists, so they have to negotiate with them. And right now, terrorists are brandishing their weapons, walking here and there, up and down, just trying to make sure that there is peace between them and the locals. All right? Well, right now, we'll definitely start off with this particular discussion because Nigeria as it is, as it stands, some are saying it's sitting on the keg of gunpowder. What do you feel about that? With me here in the studio, I have political analysts, political affairs commentators, and of course legal practitioners with me in the studio. Yes, Yeyomo Onajomo, thank you so much for coming.
Good morning, distinguished viewers. It's a privilege being with you, and thank you, and greetings to you all.
Barrister Greg Adaze, welcome.
Good morning, my viewers, and listen, thank you for your...
Is that Adaze or Odaze? Which is it?
It's Odaze.
Odaze. Oh, I keep confusing that name. Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, Festus Ekinoyamedo, welcome. And join us virtually, it's Ahmed Mamadou all the way from the US. Thank you so much, Ahmed, for joining us virtually.
Thank you for inviting me, Wilson, and my greetings to the gentlemen on the panel and to your viewers in general.
All right. Right now, we'll go for a break. We'll be right back. Do not go away. We'll be right back.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI Sunday's edition. Well, you've seen my analysts. They are set to, share their own views and opinion. But after that, we're still going to hear from former local government chairman of Fego. Yes, Honorable Ehigariva, he is on standby. He also shares his own views and, of course, his own opinion on this particular discussion. Let me start off with Onajomo. Now, what do you feel about what is happening right now? Some are saying it's like Nigeria has been overrun by kidnappers, bandits, terrorists. Some are saying don't call them kidnappers, don't call them bandits. They are all Boko Haram members. Take it up from there.
Yes, let's be realistic to ourselves. This whole level of insecurity, Nigeria is only reaping what they sow. It has been the generation of our leadership all these years. Because when you look at insecurity naturally, and you look at the kind of way we run our system, it has been an opposite reaction or generation by the action or inaction of our leaders. This issue of Boko Haram, the founder of Boko Haram, Muhammad Yusuf was just a young youth in Borno, leading this Islamic sect, and some of all these leaders, some of all these leaders adopted these boys. It's like what our politicians they are doing today. They have their private talks. You understand? And if tomorrow those talks, those boys may enter force into banditry, kidnappers, and the rest of them, like this whole issue of kidnapping, it has gotten to Iowa here. Every day, I listen to your radio. I used to hear they've been kidnapping people all around, and that tells you where the state has failed. Because if the security architecture cannot arrest this problem, that tells you there's a big problem in the security arrangement of the formation of the state. Because normally these are non-state actors. Whatever approach you're deploying, whether you're deploying kinetic approach or whether you're deploying non-kinetic approach. Maybe kinetic approach you could deploy involve brutal force, you understand, extermination and termination of others bandits. But the major aspect of it, the non-kinetic approach, that has to do with the social welfare and the economic well-being of the state, is not being taken care of. Whether you like it or not, if the economy continues to depreciate, and if every day what we are seeing today, things continue to happen that way, there's no way you can exterminate this insecurity. Because whether you like it or not, as a functioning government, money that are budgeted, whether infrastructural projects or anything, whether developmental facility, and these facilities are not being provided for, and this social welfare are not being provided for. You think other nations providing social welfare, you think those nations are stupid? They are not stupid. It is to reduce the level of criminality, because economy is a major factor of any society. Right. If your economy continues to depreciate, your economy continues to crumble, and it cannot meet up to the developmental expansionability of your stationary growth, that nation is bound to suffer from insecurity, because you cannot meet the appropriate generation for the expansionability of the.
So you are linking this to the economy.
The economy is one, leadership is another one.
Okay, all right. I'll come back to you. Barrister, you heard him.
Yes.
Please take it up from where he stops. Talked about the founder of Boko Haram. Though he's late right now, it's like the seed is planted is serving this great nation. Take it up from there.
Yes, in his conversation, he's actually trying to make us to know that leadership, bad leadership, economic, seem to be the factors responsible for this insurgents and banditry in the country. On my own perspective, it's part of it. It's not it's part of it. But on my own perspective, we really wish to narrow the problem to the fact that this country is a plural society, in the sense that the issue of ethnicity, that is where I'm going to drive my point, that the country is made up of over 250 ethnic groups, and the issue of these persons, they have different faiths, these different ethnic groups, they have different practices and religion. Just for example, some are saying they are against Western education. Just imagine, they are clamoring for their own religion. Here you now see some persons that are clamoring for their own state.
But Islamic religion comes state.
Yes.
Okay.
They don't want to be fundamentalists. They don't want to see Christians. And this is the endemic problem in this country. This is the matter that has not been addressed in this country. Ethnicity. And that is because so many of these ethnic groups, they are not comfortable with the federation. Because some of them also felt that in the scheme of things, they are not being carried along in terms of allocation of resources, the national cake. These are the reasons why you see reaction and counter reaction. So you see, if you go down memory lane, you see the reasons as at that time why states were being created was to cater for what? The interest of to cater for the interest of some persons, some ethnic group. But since the time of the military team date, no state had been, nobody is even talking about it. Because some persons are feeling that they are not comfortable. There should be, what I'm trying to say in a nutshell, there should be what? Focus on true federalism. There should be devolution of power, decentralization of power, so that each of the ethnic groups should be properly identified in the federation. And that is why you see some persons, they are against the Christians, or the other person is against the other religion. So that is...
All right. So you are saying ethnicity and religion.
Yes.
Your own evolution about economy.
In addition to his own point.
Yes. All right, Festus, you've heard the opening remark. What's your opening remark for diving into the kernel of this particular discussion? We have lots of questions to peruse through to answer.
Why I'm not to support of what I said, but the truth is not far from it. I keep saying this in time and time over again. Whenever they want to fight us, bring about religion, ethnicity, but when it is time to campaign, look for votes, they go around, they go to the mosque, they go to the church, they go to the African traditional worshiper, everybody, they come together and produce a president. That time, no fighting. There is unity when they want power. No ethnicity then, no religion. If you observe carefully, there have been issues coming from the northern part of the country. And I want to tell you this thing today. Anything that has to do with North have always been a problem in the world. Go and check how North America is going. You can't compare them to other places, other regions in the America. Now, Nigeria as a country has not been able to identify what is needed to settle the Northerners. I'm going to call it a Northerner problem. A country where you have more than 10 million destitute Alimanjiris. You don't expect peace to be in that country. That's why at times I'll doff my cap for the former president of this country,
Jonathan.
He came on and he said, we are going to educate these people. He started building schools. Enlightenment was going on. We have a ministry in this country, even as an APC, I'll tell you, the Ministry of Orientation is dead. What are they doing to enlighten the community, the people? I'm an APC man, but we have to face the reality. We are having restlessness in Nigeria because these people that are called the Alimanjiris are being taken care of by a group of people who can use them. If you've been to the north, there are places in the north you see one man taking care of 100, 200 individuals, homeless people. They come to his place to worship. They come to his place to eat.
Because government fail now.
When the mean close, they go there. The man have power over them. And I've heard that said because government failed. No.
Yes.
The people that are failing in Nigeria is me and you. The president is a product from the citizen. I would say our clergy's faith first. I'm not talking about pastors alone, I'm not talking about imam. When I'm using the word clergy according to my own register, I'm talking about every worship center where you go and they are teaching you the principles of life.
Whether African religion, Muslim, Christian, all of them.
They've all failed. It is not, we keep ascribing this whole thing to government. I am the IG of police and I have my integrity. And I'll tell the president, this is how to win. This is what the president said, no, I'll resign. How many of them have done that?
Yes.
They don't. So I am not talking about the government today. I'm talking about me as an individual. Let's come back to this state. We are talking about Iowa. Now there is kidnapping, there is this in Iowa. And I want to use this opportunity to tell the state government to go and carry out research and check that it is an home breed problem.
Home breed?
Yes.
So the locals, is it the locals doing it?
I think 5 years ago, a friend of mine was kidnapped around this bypass here. After he was released, he said, are you aware there are Benin boys inside mixed with the Fulani?
Wow.
The problem is, we as a community, what are we doing to secure our place?
All right, you just raised a vital point. I'll come back to you first. Let's get to hear from Ahmed. Well, Ahmed, you've heard their opening remark. What's yours now? What do you feel about all this?
So let me thank you again, Wilson, for inviting me, and I've enjoyed the conversation so far, contending voices, illustrations from both sides. But let me add that a lot of if we need to blame anybody, beyond the economic problems that Nigeria is currently facing, there's also the pressure of let us call it the disbandment of a military state. A lot of people don't realize that Libya was a militarized state. It was militarized to the extent that every local government, every ward, if you had it, they had an armory. And so when that state collapsed, all these arms were dispatched into sub-Saharan Africa, West Africa, North Africa, etc., etc. And so a lot of these bandits who were starved of arms prior to this point now became possessed of small and medium-scale arms, which allowed them to continue their banditry unchecked. This coupled with the fact that we have a large unsecured border, probably one of the largest unsecured borders in West African sub-region, has allowed the influx of not just bandits and terrorists, but hooligans and vagrants of all manner and forms, which are primarily allowed to roam in the north. Not because the north has a poor settlement or like the other gentleman inferred that the religion allows it. No, it's simply because the factors there allow them to thrive more. Sometimes you can drive in the north for 2 hours in a local government and you will not come upon any reasonable settlement, unlike when you come to the south. If you drive between Benin and Auchi, for example, you will see a disbursement in that 3, 4, 5 hour drive. But some places in Sokoto, for example, you can drive 5, 6 hours and you will not see any major settlements. Now, let us take an example of what's that place called? Zambisa Forest, for example. Zambisa Forest can easily accommodate Osun State and take some part of Oyo State easily without any problems. Now, we are talking about how do you police, manage, and militarize those zones. It's very difficult. How does this affect the rest of the country? The other gentleman made a very good illustration of saying that a lot of crime is committed locally. Crime is generally found to be local. But we've come to a point where We've allowed our security forces to be mentally and physically lazy. As soon as anybody says, oh, it is Fulanis that did the crime, everybody just hands off. There's no investigation. There's no follow-up. There's no follow-through. The report is never made. And so these things are just left hanging in the air. There is a lot of Fulani crime. That must be granted. But primarily, because of those of us who have some idea of what security entails, most crimes are local. So you will not find somebody that will just come from Niger, for example, Niger State, for example, and just go into Auchi and start committing crime. No, there must be a local element, there must be local accomplices, there must be local assistance if such a thing is to be successful. Criminals don't want to be caught, they don't want to be executed, they want the good life. So when they come out in the form that they come out, there has to be assistance, there has to be insider information, and then there has to be... So all of these things are supposed to be addressed at the local level. They need to be investigated, they need to be followed through. But as soon as our people say, oh, it's Fulani headsmen, everybody just hands up and is like, oh, what are we going to do? The Fulanis have taken over. It's nonsensical, some of the things that happen in the country. This is not to say that there is no terrorism. This is not to say that it's not a problem. But there's also a lack of the willpower to follow through. There's a lack of proper investigation, and there's a lack of information. Now, there's citizen information, there's government information, and all of these things are supposed to come together to help in this fight. It's not something that we can all leave to the government. I, for one, have always been advocating that we've come to the point where the federal government needs to consider allowing private individuals to arm themselves. If it is not possible for the federal government to provide adequate security all over the country, then allow civilians to arm themselves. Allow them to protect themselves against all these untoward developments. Let me give you a very good example. If you remember when Minister Wike and the other naval man jammed themselves on that land in Abuja, the only reason there was no gunfire was because they were both armed. They knew that the first person to shoot may not be the person that will leave that place. So it was a complete balance of ammunition on both sides. If one person had made the mistake of cocking or firing his gun, nobody knows where it would have ended. That is the situation that we've come to in this country. We need to be able to arm ourselves so that if people come and they say, oh, I'm armed, then you don't know if I'm armed as well. It now becomes who is able to fire first. So it's a complex mix of things, but communication is the most important part of it.
All right. All right, I will come back to you, Ahmed. Give a vital point, call them criminal elements. Talk about the proliferation of arms due to the fall of Libya, things that are happening, trickling down to West African states, and Nigeria also is one of those countries that really is what hits us off now. Let's take a look at the situation, the north being ravaged, and now it's trickling down to other parts of the country. Are you not saying that it has no or some religious coloration?
Yes, it may have some religious coloration, but it all boils down to because of our security as faith. Because if you look at the northern axis, the border is so easily accessed. These borders are not properly manned, whether official or unofficial borders, you understand? And that's why you see the high level of proliferation of these light arms, because they can easily transport all these arms to different parts. You understand? He said most of the catchment of these arms comes from Libya. No doubt about it. But what is the government doing to man those borders? Because I was asking myself, if you say some things about the government on Twitter or Facebook, you just see they can pick you up, they'll charge you for cyber stalking. But bandits are communicating, are negotiating.
Even posting online.
Even posting these things online. So why is the government finding it difficult to track these people? It's either you capture them, you exterminate them, or you terminate them. So why is the government finding it difficult? Because now we are all talking, this has to do with capacity. Nobody likes negotiating. If you know, if someone is being kidnapped, and you know before the states will get there, they might take his life. The only thing he's going to do is to negotiate. And this is where the state has failed. Because the primary responsibility of any government is citizen protection and provision of welfare. Because the state needs to ask, needs to have capacity to defend the territory, because this force invading this country now, these are external force, because these are non-state actors confronting the state. So what is the right thing? Yes, the government has approved maybe 20,000 recruitment of army, police, and the rest of it. But the social welfare is one of the most critical aspects of it, because if you are recruiting more people, you have to take their welfare serious. You have to improve their welfare. I was listening to an interview by an ex-serviceman. The condition these people fight, you understand. When he was granting it, he was saying when they deployed them to Borno, whether in Dambu, one place like that, they went for a military operation, you understand, to repair or dislodge these Boko Harams. He said as soon as they get there, as soon as they come in contact with the attack, that's external fire, enemy fire, they were all returning those fires, and his rifles was jamming. On several occasions, these things are happening. He went to his commander and said, "Command, my rifle is jamming." When we were returning fire to the speed, the commander said, "You have to be servicing the rifle every morning. Will you go to fight Boko Haram or ISWAP that has a better weapon? We have to equip our army. We have to motivate them."
We're talking about over 600 million naira given out for equipping this particular set.
We have to,
money was given. Weapons were bought.
That's where the corruption comes in, because this money that was budgeted for or allocated for, or this money that has been approved, where this money clearly followed according to the expenditure, the actual provisions that this money was meant to take care of, was it really taken care of? The people that are supposed to get,
are you not saying that the money was siphoned?
Let's be honest. You see servicemen, they complain that some of their superior pocket their money. Do you know the job the armed forces is doing? We just saw the way they assassinated Brigadier General Musa Uba. Enough respect, to the man. The man is an hero, you understand. He died for this country. It pains me. Before the Brigadier General is supposed to be the last man standing, definitely they must have gunned all the old troops down. Probably they must have run out of ammunition for them to get the brigadier. You understand? They call for the Air Force. The Air Force did not get there on time. And you see the way they capture all Brigadier General. It's really painful. The government needs to do more for the armed forces, because they protect the territorial integrity of this nation. Without the armed forces, Nigeria cannot be a nation. Let's be honest to ourselves. Because the armed forces is the guide of this nation. And we need laws. Laws have to function. We are a democratic society. We need to do things. If we want to be like America, if we're saying yes, we need to copy the good side of democracy, because the kind of federalism we run is a black market federalism. Let's tell ourselves the truth. This constitution is part of our problem, because this constitution, to me, it's not a people-oriented constitution. It was not a constitution. It was not the constitution. It was not the constitution that the people sat down and agreed and say, yes, this is our document. This constitution was given to. This constitution was given to us by the former military government. So we need a people-oriented constitution that could fight the contemporary challenge we face. For any nation to be a great nation, the institution must be up and running. The institution must protect the integrity of the constitution, because your loyalty is to the constitution. Your loyalty is not to any man; it's to the provisions. It's to the provisions of the constitution, because the constitution is supreme. And that's why the constitution is there. Because if you violate the provisions of the Constitution, you are subjected to criminal investigation and criminal prosecution.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Inajomo. Well, right now we want to take a break to allow one of our other guests to come in to really share his own opinions and views because we have so much to talk about. But we've heard his comment. He talked about the Constitution, talking about the gunning down of a general. That was a huge loss to Nigeria. I mean, it's like it was so painful, general. And these guys, they did it and they posted it. How come they were not tracked? How come nobody was able to trace anything? But to be like, you know, normal circumstance situation, they can trace and capture you, apprehend you. How come no one has been brought to book yet? Anyway, we'll take a break to continue with this discussion when we return. Don't go away.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI. Yes, security situation of the country between negotiating and fighting terrorism. That is like the crossroad we are in right now. Joining us right now in the studio, Patriotism already, there wasn't present then, former chairman of your local government, political analyst, political affairs commentator, Jeremy, to welcome Honorable Ehi Igariba. It's a pleasure to have you join us this morning.
Thank you for having me, Wilson, and happy Sunday, viewers.
All right, now let's get to hear from you now. What do you feel about all of this? I believe you're following the trend of discussion, because before on Ajamo Left, you talked about some person being picked because of what they posted online. It could be Facebook, WhatsApp, any social media platform. But these terrorists, they will do the same, post an execution. Still, nobody has ever brought any one of them to book by simply tracing where the video originated from. What is really going on?
Well, I think at this point, we need to work on our security modus operandi. We need to look very critically at how we can modernize, because it's obvious we are not using modern communications equipment at the moment. And this is having grave or adverse effects on what we're able to do, in terms of securing our people and our, land. And more importantly, our intelligence gathering is defective. And this is largely also due to our preference for alignment to our primordial sentiments, such as religious belief and tribal sentiment, as against being nationalistic. So the tendency is the people you want to term as perhaps even, let's use Boko Haram as a case study. They are not like individuals that drop from the sky. Many of them coexist with citizens in their local communities, and they just go out there, do what they have to do, and come back. So they are shielded by members of this local community. They know them very well. So when people, let me take it to another level. When people talk about state policing without mentioning local government policing, I think there's a disconnect there, because the state just cannot do the job if the federal cannot do it. You must deepen it to the barest and to the local people. That's where intelligence gathering will come from, because all of our security challenges we are having now are local to communities for the most part. Those are the forests are in communities over there, and these have to be supervised, investigated at the local government level before information, when it overwhelms them or seems like it probably will overwhelm them, then the state comes in. When the state is unable to, then they seek federal assistance. So they've got to be at least two lower layers to our security architecture. And I am still a little bit at a loss as to why we haven't responded to the security challenges that we have. It's been my clamor since the time of General Buhari that we evolve a team to specifically to combat internal security challenges that we have. You see, when the United States had 9/11, in response to that was the creation of Homeland Security. They had to create a Department for Homeland Security. The imbalance, if you will, or the challenges that we have at the moment is that our police force, we are trained to maintain law and order on the one hand. Our military were trained to ward off external aggression. But now this aggression is internal on the one hand, and beyond the maintenance of law and order. So what do? You need to strike a balance. You need a special team that is trained to handle this kind of situation. Presently, we don't have a team. Our military are not trained to handle internal aggression. Neither Are our police force trained to handle like terrorism, insurgency, or militancy? They don't have the equipment to act at that level.
You're talking about another force altogether.
We need to recreate a new force to deal with we need to have a counter-insurgency, militancy team to handle this. They have to be specially trained. And again, you need to do a proper reorientation of the mind, because the way that people get into the police force and Nigerian military here is through who knows you, unquote. Therefore, it's not because they have that nationalistic yearning that got them there. It's because someone favored them, and that's why they are there. Therefore, if I'm a Benin man, for instance, I'm a GOC, and we have military challenges here, you think I'm going to command my people to turn arms on Benin people? I will not do that. It's going to be a big challenge for me. You know, so most of the military commandants that they have, they are compromised emotionally. They are leaking information out to prevent their people, as they see it, from being killed. So they need to evolve a new strategy. This strategy is not going to work because these people were not trained initially for this purpose of counterinsurgency, militancy, or terrorism.
All right. Well, you've heard him talking about creating a new force, and the emergent factor that Jonathan tried his best to really train. It's like, I don't know, the more you kill these people, it's like the number just keep on increasing. How are they getting them?
Yes, Honorable Yegareva have really spoken well. Yes, the issue with our security agencies is not the way they go about some of these things of handling this security situation by going by negotiation. It's not really the best. That's why he was saying the modus operandi. You don't negotiate with criminals like what happened in Kwara State. So soon after they have, we thank God that the people were released, but the approach of the method they used was not the proper one. You see, soon after they were released, some days after, another set of persons were also what? Kidnapped. It's like they are now compounding the situation. How will you negotiate with criminals? So it's not the best way to go. So we are calling on the federal government to reorganize our security system and intelligence gathering and cooperation. And if possible, the federal government of Nigeria could also, that is the reason you relate with other nations, cooperation, security cooperations, partnership. If we cannot do it, this issue of security is very paramount. The government cannot be, they cannot sleep. There is no issue that they can play with. Calling for external support, foreign support, is not an offense. Because they can assist us. The rate of killings in Nigeria, abductions in Nigeria, is too much. It's alarming. It's disturbing. So we are not comfortable. We don't even know where we are going in this country. No, as we speak in this country, no state is even free. No part of the country. Apart from the north, we are saying, it's not everywhere, terrorism. So they can source for external support to come and assist us.
Okay. All right. He says over external support, Honorable. He's talked about a special force. He said no to negotiations also. Don't forget the emergency factors. That's what Jonathan tried to crack, but he did not succeed because he was given serious backlash by these same people who was trying to reorientate.
Let me start from what my leader said. Creating a new security outfit, talking about the states and local government policing. I guess I'm a person that is against state policing because we are in a country where if you understand what happened during a local government election, you can relate it vis-a-vis with the state policing. If a governor can use vigilante when conducting a local government election and flood the whole process, what do you think will happen when we have a state police? I've sat and asked myself, let's assume we're having a state police, and this group of men enter the office or maybe the building where you have a state police. They enter there, they can take over everything. Whatever we are having today, the problem we're having in this country starts from compromising. My brother from the virtual said, I was coming from
Libya.
And I just chuckled because I have a different opinion about this whole thing. The armored vehicle, is that one from Libya? What about the tank? The rocket propeller and all, where are they coming from? The issue is this. We have custom, we have immigration officers that don't work. And at times I just look at the president and say, this man is sleeping or what? I'm an APC man, but let's be frank. You see terrorists displaying arms. The next thing you are supposed to do is to summon all security chiefs. The question is, explain to me how did this enter this country? We're talking about porous border. Porous border. We have people that are mounting our borders. So if the border is porous, then we should check those people that are mounting the border. That's why I keep telling people, the problem of this country is me and you. Though I believe there are political undertones, the issue is this. You pay 50 million for ransom, 1 billion for ransom, 200 million for ransom. People are making money out of kidnapping. You think it's going to stop? No. We almost wake up as humans and say, let's say no to kidnapping. How are we going to do this? I should be fair enough to speak the truth. I should be fair enough in my duty. If I am an army officer, if I'm asked to secure this place, I'll do it as a nationalist, as a man that has the value of this country. I guess it was my leader that said, no, he said, while we are recruiting people, they don't have this nationalist orientation. They don't believe in the country. This country is a country where a man inside his house will call and say, 50 people on my care, when I put them for army. He will be loyal to him. The other one will call, police they recruit now, okay, I'm sending in 8 lists. These people will believe that their success as human is attached to Wincy, who make the call for them. Let me tell you what happened. 2010, I applied for the ASP Cadec. After filling the form, I was supposed to meet a chief, meet the local government. The first place I went to, a story came. The man begins to bend it. I'll just do it like this. Go and do this, go and do this. You just go to training. No need for the form that they use. I went back home, dumped my file. Because I think as an individual, I don't want to be loyal to you. You can't use me. That was about 15 years back. So these things happen in this country because some people don't believe in Nigeria.
Okay. All right. Now let's go to Ahmed. You get to see these guys brandishing weapons. You get to see this guy brandishing the rocket launch. I was fortunate to see a clip. This terrorist was handed a particular sophisticated rocket launcher, and he made it clear to us that they didn't seize it from the military. He never told us where they got it from. He said, this is not what we seized from the military. This is our own. How come these weapons are entering the country? Ahmed.
So let us de-escalate the rhetoric a little bit. There's none of the weapons that these terrorists are using that is out of the ordinary. Beyond the normal AK-47, what you have in that picture is a rocket-propelled grenade. So you call the other weapons, basically, these weapons are common from the terrorists to the military, etc., etc. You cannot get anything higher than a general purpose machine gun, what some people call a machine gun. So that's the height of it. But what we are saying is that beyond the porosity of our borders, beyond the lack of manpower, it's easy to direct our anger and frustration towards the federal government. But the truth is that we are undermanned, we are understaffed, and we are unprepared for the fight of the insurgency. Now, imagine where you have a snake that is hydra-headed, a multi-headed snake. As soon as you cut one head, it brings out 2 or 3 other heads in different places. That's the same thing that happened with Boko Haram. When Boko Haram splintered, you now have about 3 or 4 offshoots of the original Boko Haram. This is non-conventional warfare. It's difficult for the federal government to fight on conventional warfare. It's difficult for a conventional army to fight a non-conventional force. They hardly ever win. So this is where things like negotiation comes in. Whether you like it or not, the primary responsibility of any government should be the safety of lives of its people. And if it means negotiating with local bands of terrorists to secure the lives of the people, I'm all for it. But what happens after the negotiation is what is more important, because some of those are tools for reintegration, they are tools for addressing the grievances, and they are also tools for allowing the government to be able to come back and understand what these people are actually fighting for. Now, to say, for example, Boko Haram became what it was, not just because there was political participation, but because the areas it was largely undeveloped, largely unsecured, and largely illiterate population that was prone to easily being influenced by the ideology that was completely wrong. Call it what it is. So to use the Boko Haram as an example and then expand it all over the country, you have pockets of insurgency, you have pockets of terrorism, not just in the north where it started from now. It has spread all the way down to the south, the east, and the west. How does this happen? There's the invitation of anarchy, there's the invitation of a unified force. So when these people are there, some kind of uniformity in ordinance. So there's uniformity in chaos, put it that way. There's uniformity in chaos, there's the undermining of the society because the youth having not found any way to engage themselves properly. Look at some of these groups as places where they can further their lives. It is wrong. The federal government needs to step in a lot of these places and bring knowledge to the people, not just how are we going to crush it, but how do we get the local people that are involved? Because the locals themselves are also victims of the insurgents. You'd say the locals are not helping the government, for example. When they come out and offer information, their own lives are at stake. Their families' lives are at stake. They are terrorized, they are pushed out of their locality, and they are also victims. So it's a complex problem that doesn't need just pointing of fingers, but we all need to come, sit together and understand the best way to fight this insurgency, and negotiation being one of the tactics. I'm not against it at all.
All right, thank you so much. Well, Honorable Garba, you heard him. He said if negotiations on the tactics is not against it, after all, 14 local governments in the northern region of Nigeria, from what they are saying right now, living in peace with terrorists. You get to see them coming to parties with their gun straps around their shoulders. As a serious trapping, they go there, they spray money, they dance, they enter their bikes, and they go back. Should we start negotiating with them right now?
Well, on a personal note, I do not support negotiation with terrorists. And that is owing to the fact that as a very young boy, perhaps about 10 years or so, I had watched the Israeli raid on Entebbe to free Israeli hostage that were taken, you know, by some people. And that left a huge impression on a forever impression on my mind on what countries can do for their citizens. You know, in a far distant land, how, you know, for the first time you had the plane refueling in the mid-air just to go get those people. These are times where technology was limited, but they were driven by patriotism and nationalist feelings that our people cannot be held hostage anywhere in the world under any circumstances. We are going to storm there, we are going to get them out, no matter what it will cost. The commandant of that operation, Yoni, was killed. I shed tears as a little boy. So, when you negotiate, you embolden other ones. That is the implication. And we have a huge challenge. I must be frank, I really feel for President Bola Tinubu. Why? Before he's coming into government, we've had a huge challenge, and one of them he solved by taking out the fuel subsidy, because it will appear that Nigeria was supplying fuel to all of Nigeria and all of Nigeria's neighbors. So the same thing now we run, when you say open border, the open border is like, there's really no clear-cut demarcation. If you go to, we have about 7 of our northern states that have borders with some of those countries in the Sahel. And it is obvious that the security challenges in the Sahel flowing from Libya and the rest, led to armed proliferation, and most of them found themselves into our climb, on the one hand. Then two, those open borders have led to a lot of intermarriages, such that there are people who live in Nigeria and work in Niger Republic and vice versa. They do business and, they're just coexisting as though they're in one community, even though they're supposed to be a border. But this border demarcation has never really been enforced.
It's so blur right now.
Yes, really not, it's not existing, just on paper, so to speak. And it's a long span. It's only comparable to what President Trump had to painstakingly do with Mexico, where he said, look, we need to build a wall, because he saw that, look, these people will overwhelm our infrastructure, our economy, and defeat the aim of our planning if we just maintain an open border with Mexico. All of Latino countries will troop in here. That is the grave situation Nigeria is in at the moment. Then, if you listen to our former governor and senator now, Comrade Adams Oshomole's testimony, and the testimony of several other people who should know, they've also talked about how foreign nationals sneak into our country to come and cut away our solid minerals that are being mined in several states in the north. And in return, they give these people weapons and food. That's why we see all these sophisticated weapons, RPGs and the rest, so that they can ward off Nigerian military and locals, so that those planes can land or choppers can land to cut away their loots. It's been age-long. There's been hues and cries about it, but unfortunately, we do not even have the military strength to secure all of Nigeria. The most cheering news I've heard of late is the president giving a marching order that there should be resumption of the forest guard. They should move into the forest and try to see what they can do. More so, they should employ more forest guards on the one hand, and secondly, to imagine that our police force, they should bring in as many as, is it 20,000?
30,000.
30,000 new. That would be the largest ever in Nigeria's history, which shows seriousness on the part of the president, which shows intent that he wants to do something about it. The recalling of VIP protection units to come back into the police force is also a major move. So, but now what we need to do is we need modern equipment. And I have to side with my great brother here when he said a country like Russia, in their war with Ukraine, at certain times they had to use mercenaries. When the situation is grave, they are military contractors who can take on these individuals as a job. It's never a problem for you to own up to the fact that we are being overwhelmed, but I must protect my citizens. President Goodluck Jonathan did it. When he moved the elections by 6 weeks and had to bring in mercenaries to ensure that they stabilize the certain parts in the north for elections to hold in those areas. So I think we're at that point, though the president has given instruction that there should be like a concise, training program so that they are made ready to do their duties as quickly as possible. But I still insist we need local securities at not just the state level. I also want to quickly allay the fear of my co-discussant and younger brother about the fact that you cannot trust governors. If you can trust one man with the security of the entire country to appoint all the service chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, even the Chief Judge of the country, I mean, you have to also now cut some governors some slack. But the difference is to checkmate governors. There must be full autonomy for the local governments, and the elections must be conducted by INEC. that's the only leverage at the moment. If the elections are conducted by INEC, just like the governor, like the president, then we can have local government police, state police, and I don't think all of the governors are irresponsible too. Maybe just a few, but again,
maybe just a few.
Yeah, but a president can also choose to misuse the military. So if we can let the president, we can cut the president as slack, we just have to somehow trust those we have elected as governors and also as local government chairmen to protect lives and property at their various cadre of government.
Thank you so much, Honorable Yegariba. Now, like, you know, two contrasting points right now. Ahmed said, look, if it's to negotiate, it's working in some part of the north. Why not negotiate as longer lives and property are, like, you know, preserved? Honorable Yegariba said, no, that if you choose to negotiate, you are making other splinter group to become more emboldened, so to speak, to carry out the first activities, at least to open doors for the government to come negotiate with them. And that brings to mind what Gumi said. Put them in the budget. Whose budget? We'll talk about that after this break. Don't go away.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Between negotiating and fighting terrorism, which way in Nigeria? Let's get to hear from Barrister Greg. Well, Greg, you've heard Honorable Egariba, and of course Mahmoud Ahmed. Ahmed said it's good to negotiate if it's going to bring about peace. While Honorable, he said, no, if you do that, you'll be emboldening other sects to make things worse. And Sheikh Gumi said, if America should come and attack you to make things worse, that the way out is to put these bandits, terrorists in our budget. And I'm asking, whose budget?
It's okay.
Yes.
First, let me react to the issue of negotiation.
Yes.
Although, when I was also making comment, I also made my position clear that although we are happy that the victims were rescued alive, but that is not to say that the method they use is a good one by negotiating with them, if possible, giving them money and all of that. We see the outcome in Kwara State, where I mentioned it, that after some of them were released, a couple of days, what happened thereafter, they strike again. You see, in other ways, like you are empowering them. So we will not accept that method. That is why I was now calling that the federal government can even call for experts, even go in and foreign. I mentioned that area.
To get mercenaries.
Yes. It's not, that is the reason why you have corporations. You sign an agreement with other nations and you relate with other countries. What you cannot do. That is the reason, because the issue of security is very, very important. People are dying every day in this country. So the government have to be very proactive by all means. You can invite other countries to come in, to come and assist. So that is for that. The issue, like what I mentioned earlier again, even Honorable he also made reference to it. We are talking about federalism. True federalism. You see, the proponent of federalism, the major proponent, Casey Ware, is the father of federalism. You see, what is it all about? What were they looking at for that system of government? We are looking at where power is being shared between the central and the units, or the components. Between the central, in other way, and the regional world governments. So in that, in Nigeria, and we say that such system of government is perfect for a country where there are different ethnic groups. Get the foundation, a system that match, practicable, feasible for a country with mixed religions like Nigeria. That is why we are operating that system. And we are not following the tenets, the principle of federalism. Because as I mentioned earlier, this is a country made up of over what? 250 ethnic groups, different languages, different background, different culture in one country. Each of them, each of these persons, individuals in the same country, they are clamoring for their own identity, recognition in the scheme of the federation. So, by that, you create more states to recognize such people. That's why you see some of the agitation of these persons, some of them have also agitated, they want to have their own sense of belonging. Local government, so that these people will be properly identified in the scheme of things. You see, Nigeria will be, we are talking about unity in diversity. We are calling for unity in diversity. Because we are not, we are different. So how can we live together? How can we coexist? How can we manage the situation? Because the feedback is that that's why you see insecurity, insurgents, disturbance. Because the equation is not balanced. I think since the time of the military till today, no state have. What is the essence of creation of state? It's to handle the fear of the minority.
All right.
It's to protect their interest. It's to accommodate them for progress and what? And even development and peace.
So you're saying no to negotiation. That's the bottom line. You're trying to, like,
it's not even an option.
But they're doing it in the north, and they're saying it's working for them.
You see, that is what led us to where we are, compounding the security situation. Sure. I said in the course of negotiating, in the table, the terrorist may say, money. What will you now do? You pay them money. You see what will happen next. Example, you see what happened in Kwara State.
All right.
Who know what backfired there? What must have instigated, escalated the situation in that place?
Okay. Let's get to hear from Festus. You heard them.
Barrister, I want to actually ask this thing. Is it an identity war, or these people are trying to finish what the late Usman started? Let's conquer these people. Because when you look at what is happening, they come like headers. They start moving with their cattle. Before you know, they come again like illegal immigrants.
Somebody's saying you don't need Christians.
I'm coming, sir. That's what I'm saying. It's not an identity
somebody's
war.
saying that I don't want Christians. I don't want Western education.
So it is not because
they
they
don't
need
show a background,
identity.
different background of that person.
Barrister, it is not because
Look at
they
the
need their own
foundation.
identity.
Somebody is saying that.
The problem is not because they need their own state. The problem is because they are these people, and the government have not been able to serve them what they need. True federalism will be okay, yeah, it's okay. But let's go back to where we are now, where locals negotiate through the local government with bandits, and they are living in harmony. So if we still have the same true federalism, that's the same thing that will be happening. You know why? These people, I'm not going to say they are coward, but they believe they are my people. They have this sympathy for them. The reason why we are still resisting them and we'll keep doing it is because we don't have value for them the way they think they don't have value for us. But within the Northerners, they accommodate them. There was a story I read on Facebook how Boko Haram came, kidnapped people, they left, and the community woke up one morning, go back and kidnap the family member of those Boko Harams. And they said, you release, we release, and you must release first. That is to say, they are living with the same people. It is not the government that compounds this problem. It is not because of economic hardship or whatever. What happened is this. We as individuals, we hate them. It happens also in our state here, where we know that this person is a bad person. Whenever he does evil, we will hide him in our house. We've seen situations like that.
And whatever evil we hate as an individual at times come back to us. When the Ogege matter happened, I found out that these people were moving down to Welu, and I told myself, this is where I do my business. Ogege not be Welu. I have to start making calls. Alpha, where you there? Mona come over. We have to stand and say, well, I'm going to form a block. You don't cross it. That is what we need in our country. You as an individual, stand up for your society. First, you must start from your community. I'm not going to say I'm fighting for Nigeria, my community, I'm not fighting for it. Where I live becomes my community. Where I'm doing my business becomes my community. So it is not about we need to create more states. No. It's not about the state. They have the ideology like what he said. Western education, we don't need it. That's what I said. The National Orientation Agency is not working. These people, they train them through assimilation. They make them to assimilate what they think is right. Don't forget, I started by telling you, Alimanjiris is the #1 problem. A woman will give birth in the street of the north, no home. Then one man will go there and pick the child and begin to nurture that child. I'm going to tell the child no to Western education. If you are not a Muslim, you're an infidel. The boy is going to grow with that mentality. He's not a Muslim, he's an infidel, then I can kill this person. And in the Quran, they will open it for them. Where they tell you in the Quran that this person that is not a Muslim is an infidel. They have been tutoring this child. And you're going to tell me,
but this same Quran also is against killing.
I said, as at this morning, I watched an episode where a man said more than 10 places in the Quran said, kill the infidel. Is it too Quran?
But we still have some Muslims that do not really abide by that particular rule.
The issue is, who are those changing the narrative? State ought to have their orientation agency. While they are broadcasting theirs, you as a state, you are coming up and telling the people through the radio, the television, the social media, this is what we stand for. Who is talking about one Nigeria again in this country? Who is talking about one Nigeria? So the problem is not just federal. Let's come back to our state. We have state governors that collect security votes, and some of them are doing nothing. It took Obeolo to say, at those state corps, I'm going to form them. In the first 6 months, he wiped out courtesan. And if you are not aware, let me say it on here. There is war against kidnapping, and results are coming out already in Edo State. So what we need is the state governors should wake up. Like what my leader said, the local governors, the local government chairman, they should also wake up. You cannot tell me you are the local government chairman of local government A, and something is happening in your local government, you are sleeping. You should go and sleep in the government house. The government should wake up and see you and say, what's happening? What are you doing here? There is fire in my community. My local government, we are not sleeping. What is happening? You bring facts. Then, let's go back to the security agency. Someone said it, I can't remember, said, when you give information out to them, at times, you're going to be at risk. Because they're going to leak the information. Then, let the government sit down, and I think Obeolo can do well on this. There should be an information channel straight to the government house. This one is, I'm not going to meet the commission, I'm not going to meet the DPO, I'm not going to meet the local government chairman. There should be a channel where if I am to give out security information as an individual, I go straight to the government house and drop the information without the information being leaked. We can do more. We are talking about 21st century. We need 21st century security weapons, architects. What about these same people that keep saying, Mona come out, military they come? If those architects fall in their hand, I'm going to have it.
All right. Good question. Lots and lots of questions. You're saying no also to negotiation. Anyway, if you take a look at our country right now, you get to realize that many persons are not happy. Majority of Nigerians are not happy about the current security situation. Some are saying it has a political undertone. Others are saying no, it has gone beyond politics. It might just be that someone is manipulating the country to disintegrate. How true is this, Ahmed?
That is also an interesting question, but let me quickly disabuse the mind of the viewers from what the last gentleman speaker said. There is nowhere in the Quran where you are advised to go and kill infidels. That is false. It's completely false. Islam is a religion of peace. There are, however, terrorists and miscreants, as well as, how should we call them? Fanatics in every religion. Now, you see, the fanatization of Islam does not necessarily mean it is given the imprimatur by Muslims or by the Quran. Those are things that should be separated. Now, to understand some of the things that have happened, it's not just to label it as a religious uprising. The speaker also pointed out the fact that if you use Boko Haram as an example, the first people they terrorized were people in their own local communities who were Muslims like them. So that puts a light to the fact that they were just terrorists, either religious terrorists or so. The foundation of that terrorism was the local communities themselves. And if they were surrounded by Muslims, it only goes to reason that the people that they first terrorized were Muslims like themselves. So some of these narratives need to be broadened. We need to look at the truth. The idea that Fulanis, for example, are only Muslims is entirely false. There are Christians who are Fulanis. There are also non-believers who are Fulanis, and they are all terrorists. So a terrorist is a terrorist. When you talk about religious terrorism, that is something else to be discussed entirely. But we have terrorists, we have bandits, we have local arms dealers, and we have these pockets who have spread all over the country. They need to be looked at and they need to be stopped. Now, I'm sorry, I lost the track of your question. If you want to throw it again to me at Wilson, please.
All right, now, the question is this. Some of the opinion that somehow, somewhere is mapping the disintegration of Nigeria because of these terrorist activities. Now, what do you have to say about that particular allusion?
So there is so much involved in the act of terrorism that is possible. That's one of the possible scenarios. Like the other gentleman, the Honorable, I think, pointed out, if you look at the terrorism that is executed in the north central states, for example, that is based primarily on the fact that there's a lot of illegal mining that is going on there. That's one sort of terrorism. So they are using terrorism and the scare tactics to frighten the locals away and to repel security forces from coming to investigate. That can also be put under terrorism. If you look at the southeast, there's what you will call terrorism, but some of them will call freedom fighters. We saw that in South Africa. They are saying they want secession. There's a certain amount of terrorism because as soon as you tell people that they should not go out on Mondays and their movement is restricted, you are terrorizing them. Terrorism is essentially the use of force to prevail on people your own ideology. So you have that going on. At a point in time, it was also rampant in the Southwest, where they too were also talking about secession. It was terrorism it was disguised terrorism, where they were saying they wanted the Odua states and so on and so forth. Then you have the actual terrorism in the Northeast and then the North Central and so on and so forth. So there's also the element of politics. There's the element of local conflict. There's the element of ethnicity. There's definitely the element of religion. And there's the element of trying to pull different parts of the country together. Because when you fracture the country, of course, there's somebody that is going to gain from that. What is it that they are looking for? It's possible they are looking for mineral resources. It's possible that they are looking for. There was even a study in the US not too long ago. And let me illustrate this quickly. They said that the Third World War is likely going to be fought over water resources, fresh water resources. Where is the last hope of fresh water in the world right now? It's Africa. In most of our villages, you can just go to the backyard, dig a hole, and you can drink the water that comes out of it. Most of the developed world currently uses recycled water. So there's this anticipation that if there's even going to be a Third World War, it's likely going to be about simple things like drinking water, mineral resources, etc., etc. So it's not it's possible that there is also a faction that is interested in the collapse of the country just to balkanize it and be able to pillage and move the resources wantonly.
Interesting, quite interesting. Well, right now, you've heard it because probably propounding this theory that XYD will happen before election, Nigeria will be no more and all that. Someone saying that these are just the telltale signs. So how can President Bola Ahmed Tinubu prevent this from happening? Because take a look at the North. Some of them are falling into the hands of these terrorists. All in the name of negotiation. They marry between them, they marry among themselves, they party, they kidnap among themselves. So it's crazy. How can Mr. President really handle this? Some are saying Mr. President is overwhelmed. How true is this theory of Mr. President being overwhelmed by the security situation? Is he losing it finally?
No, I don't think not that I don't think. I know the president is not overwhelmed, and in my opinion, is handling it excellently, given the fact that we already have an existing security structure in terms of our numerical strength, in terms of our weaponry, and in terms of the orientation.
But they have weapons also.
Yes,
so they have superior firepower than our military.
I'm coming to that. And that is part of, you see, he did some very deft political move when President Trump, had made a statement about Christians being killed, and very, smartly had sent a delegation to interface with the top echelon of the U.S. military and present facts before them to the extent that, yes, it is true Christians are being killed, but not in isolation, and that we have a larger security challenge which encompasses both religion, whether you're a Christian or Muslim or even practitioners of other faiths. And therefore, we do need help, right? But these are inherited situations. For instance, if you talk about the open border situation, the first move the president made was to call in his service chiefs and dismiss them and bring in new service chiefs on board, gave them marching orders, followed by further instructions for the massive recruitment of military personnel and police force personnel. Also the fact that the forest guard, which was either perhaps comatose or inactive, have been activated, and they've also been told that they must immediately commence employment. But the only advice I want to give to the president is that we also need to look at the ways that people are being employed, the methodology. It must not be the usual one of people submitting names from left, right, center. We need the younger ones in the street there who are moved by nationalist tendencies to enlist into the military, to the police or paramilitary. It should not be people who just want to assert influence, and for that reason you just put 50 names and put there, of people who are not even wanting to be in the force, but for them it's just another means of employment.
You just hold on. I want to go for a break. When we return, you continue with your line of thought. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go away.
For one.
Good morning and welcome to the news update for this time. Comrade Akpesiri Miracle Ebonje has been sworn in as a substantive chairman of the association. And we just hold on now. We want to go for a break. We will return. The news definitely will continue. Do stay. Thank you so much for staying tuned. Comrade Akpesiri Miracle Ebonje has been sworn in as a substantive chairman of the Association of Real Estate and Property Managers, Edo State. Comrade Ebonje was sworn in along with his executive members in a ceremony at Association State Secretariat, 92 Ihama Road, GRA, Benin City. Pius Nsoro reports.
The new executives with Comrade Akpesiri Michael Ebonje as chairman, Association of Real Estate and Property Managers, Edo State, subscribes to the oath of office to the admiration of other members. Comrade Bright Okoje takes the position of the vice chairman, while Comrade Ricky Chinedu Afamefuna becomes the general secretary. Mrs. Shegun Moses Ogunusi was elected treasurer, and Mr. Bobby Daniel is now the PRO. The Association of Real Estate and Property Managers, Edo State, is a professional body that oversees real estate practices in Edo State, Nigeria, with the objectives to promote professionalism and ethics in real estate management. They regulate and enforce standards for property managers and agents, as well as protect the interests of members and clients. These values the chairman and his executive council promised to maintain.
I want to commend the outgoing executive and the board for giving me the opportunity to serve as the RM chairman.
The handing over and swearing in ceremony of the new executive council of the association was witnessed by members and invited guests, who include the chairman of Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, Benin Branch, Engineer Cyril Omorige.
I want to say congratulations to the present chairman and the ESCOs of RM. It's an association that's doing well in Edo State.
We are employing the new executive to do greater things than the old executive.
I'm assuring my team that I will not fail.
According to the leadership of RM, membership is open to licensed real estate professionals and property managers who must be ready to adhere to their code of ethics and professionalism standards. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
A lavish reception has been held as part of events to celebrate the renowned Ogeva family of Benin reunion. Pius Nsogo reports that the event brought together the entire Ogeva family from around the globe.
It was a moment of cultural pride and family rebirth as members of the Ogefa family converged in Benin City for their maiden reunion, an initiative aimed at restoring broken bonds, correcting misconceptions, and strengthening the extended family relationships across generations. As part of the reunion activities, the family paid homage to the Oba of Benin, a significant step that aligns with Benin tradition, where families formally identify themselves before the throne for blessings, guidance, and recognition. Responding through the Oba Zelu of Benin, Chief Osaro Ida, His Royal Majesty Oba Eware II commended the family for taking the initiative to return to their roots. Elders of the Ogefa family noted that the gathering would help strengthen identity, prevent unintentional intermarriage, and create a stronger, more connected family structure. They expressed hopes that the reunion will become an annual tradition.
We decided to pay our royal father a visit to tell him that his sons and daughters are on ground.
Being an historic day in our lives, all our sons and daughters, both here and in diaspora, have found it wise for them to come together as one family.
We've come to acknowledge our revered King on earth, because if I've come together in reunion to show togetherness, our oneness.
Ogefa no zebe, Ogefa no mwepo, Ogefa ezele, Ogefa agobahi, and Ogefa arobaton. They've all come from far wide for this occasion.
From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Elders, women and youth of Obagene-Osa has called on Oba of Benin, Obaiwai II, and the Governor, Senator Monday Okpewolo of Edo State not to release any land to people who bought land in Okoroma area, claiming that the land belonged to Obagene-Osa community. They said that Okoroma area is part and parcel of Obagene-Osa locality in the Ipoboka local government area of Edo State, added that the case is even in court and they are ready to reclaim their land. The report is presented by Osamudjame Osaigie.
Speaking through their counsel, Barrister Godwin Owaikena said Okoroma village is a camp in Obagene-Osa community, a customary tenant to the people. Barrister Owaikena, who is the legal advisor to Obagene-Osa, said the gazette is available, which Edo State government used to acquire the land in 2018. He stressed that Okoroma does not exist. They are customary tenant to Obagene-Osa community.
That land does not belong to Okoroma. Okoroma is a part and parcel of Obagene-Osa. That's why the elders are here, that we want to go and give the land of the community to people who came to farm. The Oba of Benin had decided that that river is the boundary between Amagba and Obagene-Osa. There is nothing like Okoroma.
In his contribution, the Vice Chairman, Elders Council of Obagene-Osa Community, Pa Philip Ogadoangbe, said Okoroma people came to negotiate that they want to farm in the land they claimed belonged to them by one late Emokbai. He begged Obaiwai II to come to their aid as the matter is in court. On his part, the Secretary of Obagene-Osa Community, Elder Kennedy Edukpolo, said Okoroma land in dispute where the government is carrying out verification is in court and there is court injunction on the land. Also, the Chairman, Land Allotment Committee, Elder Joseph Osagi Agbedu, said the Okoroma land belongs to Obagene-Osa community.
The land in dispute where the government is carrying out verification is in court, and there is a court injunction on that land.
Enugabagi obeja gwe ariobani vegasimi gwe amadlasi akedu motoni otoni oge otobagi eno.
Komete ogo pebu ya togi ma nedia ya we afani ya gogo budonia e manebu na gwagwa ati fonte o ma be nugwa. In his
reaction, an elder from Okoroma community who prefers his name not to be mentioned debunked the allegations of Obagene-Osa. From Benin, Osemudame Osage, ITV News.
Operatives of the Edo State Security Service Corps have made multiple arrests across several divisions, apprehending suspects linked to car snatching, phone theft, rape, motorcycle theft, and burglary in a series of coordinated operations carried out in November. Crime correspondent Jola Dojo reports.
According to reports, operatives of the Edo State Security Corps attached to the Romeo Axis on November 17th arrested two boys who allegedly raped one Zainab Abraham. The suspect reportedly confessed to the crime and were subsequently handed over to the Oba Market Police Division in a separate development. Operatives in Iruekwen on Thursday, November 27th also arrested two suspects said to be involved in unrelated incident of car snatching and phone theft. Both suspects, apprehended at different times, were immediately transferred to the Iruekwen Police Division for further interrogation. Similarly, operatives under the Ukun sector apprehended a man who allegedly stole a motorcycle from church premises. In another case, a suspect identified as Francis was arrested for cutting iron rods at a building site in Ukumu town. The suspect, believed to specialize in vandalizing construction materials, was later handed over to the Ekeadolo Police Division.
Shut up!
The Edo State Security Service Corps says all suspects have been transferred to the appropriate police divisions for ongoing investigations. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Community has begun experiencing rapid development as a leading estate company, EZ Properties Nigeria Limited, commenced land allocation to subscribers of the Times Square ultra-modern estate. The estate, when completed, will feature several top-grade amenities, including first-class lighting facilities, a central water reservoir system, a well-structured layout, a security post, amongst others. Osaze Omogiate's report is presented by Efosa Uwangwe.
Ugbogobu, located along the Benin-Akure Road, is a major transition area between western and southern Nigeria with a rich cultural blend. This strategic location is one reason subscribers to the EZ Property Estate are already celebrating what they consider a wise investment decision. The chairman, managing director, Mr. Favor Isezobo, shortly before the allocation exercise, reassured all Times Square Estate subscribers that their land ownership is fully secured. He noted that the estate is almost sold out, urging prospective buyers to take advantage of the remaining slots and become part of the EZ Properties success story.
To give our investors value for their money, for everybody who has invested here, your properties have already appreciated by 50%.
Members of the community commended the giant strides of EZ Properties and expressed willingness to continue partnering with the company. Some customers also shared their satisfaction with the terrain, accessibility, and overall location of the estate.
There's one thing to put your money in an investment, and there's another thing for it to be safe and for it to be guaranteed. Here at EZ Properties, your investments are guaranteed and it's also safe.
As at September, I think 2 months ago here, we came to purchase the land. Nothing was done here. But reaching here today now, everywhere is like city. We are encouraging everyone to come and get their land. They are reliable and worthy to be trusted.
I'm the happiest person today, seeing everything genuine, real, no fake. I see they talk for Manaranta, talk for Facebook, talk for all Angat, everything are rich truth as they talk.
EZ Properties reaffirmed its commitment to continuously welcome more prospective buyers and deliver value that meets and surpasses expectations. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
The Deputy General Manager, Programs, ITV and Radio Benin City, Dr. Sade Juko Kosum, has been honored for his outstanding contributions to the propagation of the gospel. The award was presented to him on Sunday at St. David's Anglican Church, Ewohwala, during the church's 2025 Harvest Thanksgiving service and award ceremony in Ekpoma, the administrative headquarters of Esa West local government area of Edo State. Edo Central correspondent Chris Amije, who represented him at the event, brings details.
The Harvest Thanksgiving service and award ceremony of St. David's Anglican Church, Ewohwala, was held on Sunday, 23rd November 2025, with the theme, Sacrifice of Peace. The vicar, Venerable Godfrey Imodeme, admonished the congregation and the awardees on the power of sacrifice in the service of God.
When it comes to the sacrifice of God, don't need to family meeting. No. Abel did his best. When you pay sacrifice, just hold up for God. God is the one that will come and meet you, not you meet. The sacrifice of Abel went to God in heaven.
12 distinguished personalities were honored for their remarkable contribution to the growth of the gospel, including the Deputy General Manager, Programs, Independent Television and Radio, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, who was represented by Edo Central correspondent, Mr. Chris Omije.
Our brother, Sonny Duke Okosun, I still remember us today, being the member of our Harvest Thanksgiving. The good Lord will remember you. Therefore, we present you this award in the name of God the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Well, we know he's our brother. He lived here before he went to Benin. We know him very well. We know the father, we know the mother. So he's our brother. That's why we invited him.
We are not surprised about the position he's occupying now. We still pray that he will excel
he will go a greater height. We know him for his generosity. We know his father very well, very calm man, and so he has taken suit.
The 2025 Harvest Thanksgiving service of the church attracted dignitaries from within and outside Ekpoma. In Ekpoma, Chris Omije, ITV News.
And that's it on the news update for this time. Thanks a lot for watching. TMI continues in a moment. Don't go away. How can we really get out of this? Analysts, seasoned analysts, speaking their mind, talking straight from the heart and how, and when do they really feel we can get out of this? I'm not saying Mr. President is overwhelmed. I'm not saying no, he has the master plan. People like talking, complaining, whining bitterly because of the security situation. Well, Honorable Yegarba, you have just a minute because each one of us have 1 minute here to summarize our point because of time factor, the way out of this quagmire, because definitely it's a more sticky situation.
Okay, I'll just conclude on the last point I was making.
All right.
That the new recruitment process should be devoid of unnecessary and unpatriotic influences by people who want to hijack the process to just give job to the boys. It should be, the employment should be for those who really have the tendency to support Nigeria in this quest to end this fight. Again, I'm also going to call on the president, whom I believe is doing so well. He should consider getting more helicopters. Helicopters.
But this guy, they have anti-plane
helicopter. Now we are talking
weapons.
of the kidnappers.
Okay.
The kidnappers that are hindering movement along our highways.
All right.
We should consider, and also we should also as against or to complement roadblocks. I do not believe in roadblocks because people can sight where you are from a distance and bypass you. We should do more security patrols and get more vehicles to do patrols so that you are not positioned in one place whereby the people can map you out and know where you are and know how to avoid you. You should just be around, move around, and the choppers provide intelligence for those who are on the ground so that will help, I believe, very greatly.
Thank you so much, Honorable here. Well, Barrister Greg, 1 minute.
On my part, I'm calling on the presidents and the governors of different states to rise up to the security challenges because the citizens are already losing hope because of the insecurity, the killings. So the primary responsibility of the government is to secure the properties and the life of the citizens.
All right.
So we are urging the government, they can even go for foreign support at this time.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
My position.
Well, comrade.
You said I was against negotiation. Let me say this: Nigeria has failed insecurity-wise. So negotiating now is not bad. Meanwhile, I think state government can do more. Can't collect security vote and just begin to sit down and look. the workload that has to do with security shouldn't rest on that of the president. We see what the governor is doing on Edo State Corps. And that reminds me, we have started seeing the Edo State Corps hanging out with policemen, collecting 200, 500 and not away.
There'll be a talk for another day. There'll be a talk for another day. Well, Ahmed, you have the last line on this discussion. 1 minute, summarize your point, the way forward.
Again, I insist that negotiation shouldn't be taken off the table. The idea that negotiation as a single tool for reducing terrorism is entirely wrong, because negotiation is not only the act of physically exchanging money for victims. It's because military solution hasn't been the complete solution. It reduces the cost of war. It encourages negotiation and surrender. Amnesty can be given. So I believe all options available, including negotiation, must be pursued to their logical conclusion.
Thank you so much, Ahmed Mamadou, for that wonderful opinion. I appreciate you. Barrister Greg, I thank you. And of course, Honorable Festus, thank you so much for being here. Well, let's keep on watching, hoping, praying, fighting, negotiating against terrorism, whatever works, because Nigerians are really tired. Man, we are tired. We'll do it again next week, some other time, God willing. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. It's another wonderful day on the program, Woman to Woman. At this also, I get your total woman. We did say the last time we met on this platform that we're going to have a part 2 of the topic that we started, which is building confidence in our girls, building confidence in the girl child, thereby, you know, building a stronger generation of women to come. You and I know that being a woman, being a female, is a lot already, not to come and add all of the problems in this life. On top of that, being a woman again. All right, so we'll continue from where we stopped last week. And unfortunately, Mercy could not be with us today. But Favor Eniye Omerige stay with us. She's a nurse, she's a mother, she's a mentor, she's a pastor. And of course, she's a woman who does quite a number of things for the girl child. Favor, nice to have you joining me.
Thank you very
again.
much. Good
Are you equal to the task today? Mercy's not around.
Very well, very well.
All right, I'm happy to hear that. So last week we talked about inspiring the girl child, trying to build confidence in the girl child, trying to make the girl child very assertive, to be a woman, so that the next generation of girls will be very strong. So we stopped at trying to make a girl assertive. Now, let me paint a scenario for you. Sometimes a girl wants to say no, but she's compelled to say yes to some things that she doesn't like. Let's look at sexual advances, for instance, from maybe a boss, a lecturer, somebody that is close to her or not close to her, but somebody that is kind of trying to take advantage of her. But she wants to say no. That is what everything about that girl is screaming. Her voice is saying, her mind is saying no, her body is saying no, but her voice cannot say no. For whatever reason, I don't know. So how can we train our girl to that point where she will be very decisive in taking decisions that affect her?
That's beautiful. You know, our female children, like I was saying the other time, communication with the mother is very important. When you allow open communication between the child, this girl child and the mother, she's able to communicate virtually everything with the mother. If you teach this child good communication, it's easy for her to know when to say no and say it outrightly.
Does communication have to do with being assertive? Saying yes or saying no and owning it and meaning it?
It's all encompassing.
Okay.
When I'm talking about communication here, I mean this girl child should be educated enough to know when to talk, when to stand for her rights, and she should know that her body is her property. It's for her. Whatsoever concerns her, her body, it belongs to her. So whatever she doesn't want to come in, she shouldn't let it in. She should learn to set her boundaries. She should learn to know predators, people that are around her, even if they look like there are people she should respect, there are people she should honor, but that boundary of this is my body, this is me, and I don't want this. She should learn to. When the mother communicates with the girl child well enough, and she's well equipped, it's usually easy to not give in to what you don't want.
You know, sometimes, or most often the time, when a girl says no, people consider it as being rude. Is it possible for a girl to say no, mean it, and be polite?
Very well.
How?
It's possible to, we have various kind of words that we can use, magic words that you can use. Please, I don't want this. Please, my body, it's my privacy, and I don't want anybody going beyond this boundary. You know, there are languages that a girl child should, and as much as possible, let's teach our female children not to raise their voices. You know, in our society, got the noise, and we're used to raising voices, screaming and shouting. At the point, as long as at that point in time, she's not being forced, she's not being coerced, you know, in an aggressive, violent manner or aggressive manner, she can politely refuse with a low tone, and she shouldn't be saying no, and her body language is saying yes. That's another problem that we do have. Our female children can be saying, I don't want it, but you're saying, leave me now, leave me, you know. You're already giving a go ahead with your body language, but if she's saying no, her body language should vibrate no, all right? The whole of her system should say no.
You know, from experience, from what I have seen by myself as a young girl growing up to this stage, and from what girls have related with me about, I've come to realize that being polite is not always the best thing for a girl to do, because when you say no, please, I don't want this, please, I don't want that, some persons will say no. You know, like the pop, like what people talk about on the street. She's saying no.
She's pretending.
She's pretending. She's actually saying yes. You know, I've come to realize that say please, stop it, does not usually work.
She walk away.
I'm not an advocate of violence, but there are times where you need to
no, you teach the girl.
There are times where you need to be a little bit on that side that you don't want girls to be, maybe to raise their voice or something. A girl should raise her voice, otherwise that person who is trying to take advantage of that girl will not understand.
Somehow.
Because you're saying no, and your voice is so low. Your voice is not firm.
Okay.
Naturally, we have small voice. We should project. We should shout. What do you think about that?
We can actually be saying no and be firm without raising our voices, without screaming necessarily. But again, when an environment is not comfortable for you, the girl child should walk away. Take a walk. Flee. Look for any available avenue to leave that place, or look for another person, around that environment that you can, stylishly move to, that more or less like a safe haven for you at that point in time, rather than staying around that particular person that is not comfortable.
That is toxic to you.
In the school environment, we encourage females that are being harassed. There are some persons in that same faculty, in that same department, there are some persons that don't, that are not party to things like that. Identify people like that and then walk up to them. They can come to their head, really. And when a girl child tells her mom in the house, Mom, this particular person, I don't like the advances it's making towards me, the parents can come in. Rather than, peradventure, she raises her voice and the other person raises his voice higher and creates an impression. Really, I think I had an experience like that as a younger nurse. Yes, I was in a consulting room with a doctor, and somehow the doctor just got pissed off. He had made advances before and I didn't give him and all of that. But that day, I also consult with him and he got pissed off, and I just looked at him. He was screaming, he was just raising his voice, because the only thing I did at that time was just to walk away. If I had not walked away, whether I raised my voice at that time, nobody's going to believe the story I was going to tell then.
So walking away is good.
Take a walk.
Is it in every situation?
Not in every situation. If your life is at risk, you can become violent too. But if you ask me, it has worked for me. I took a walk. The doctor was made to apologize to me later. But at that particular point in time, if I had not taken a walk really, perhaps the doctor had become even more violent than he was. And some patients that didn't understand what transpired were already saying, hey, this doctor, oh no, this doctor is very nice. And I was new to that environment. Oh, this doctor is very nice. The nurse must be...
I can understand.
You understand? But it took my matron at that time, I'm talking about as far back as 2007,
that's
you
a
know,
long time.
and then the matron on duty had to like come, what happened, to explain everything. She said, okay, now I understand. I was wondering,
what would have made the man go off like that?
Nothing actually happened in that consulting room that day, but he was reacting to the no.
To the no that you said.
That I said previously. And I took a walk and never consulted with him again. But today we are still best of friends. We are very good friends.
That's fantastic.
And sometimes they're like, hey, you that say you will not marry me. But was that really what the case?
No.
Or wasn't it really?
Okay, let me paint another scenario.
Okay.
You know that there are times girls will do some things and they will say, I didn't want to do it. It was my friend that forced me. These are girls that are supposed to be well-trained, well-raised, with everything in place. But then, when they now go outside the environment they are used to, you find them falling victim of their own folly. And the next thing is, my friend pushed me. I didn't want to. My friend said, how can girls overcome all of that? Because even as we speak, it is still happening. My friend pushed me. You get it? Particularly when it comes to this issue of drug use. A lot of girls are into drug use. In fact, for some of them, it is a competition. And there are some that do not want to do it. But at the end of the day, how did you come about this? My friend pushed me. My boyfriend pushed me. You know, how do we get our girls to grow past that stage, you know?
You know, one of the ways we can get our female children go past this stage is let's expose them. Let's expose them to digital information, monitor them closely, and show them some of these things and the disadvantages that comes with being involved in them. When this girl child knows very well, and then give them scenarios, can you just open your eyes and take a knife and stab yourself? And you're like, how will I stab myself? You know, when you give them examples like that, and you tell this girl child, that's what you do when you go into some of these vices that you really don't want to do. You are indirectly stabbing yourself. And when you give them some of these analogy, you open them to the internet, teach them how to set boundaries from friends. You know, once it gets to a point where this particular friend is pressurizing them to go into things that they don't want to really go into, they can talk to a significant other. Their mother, maybe in the boarding school, they can talk to their house mistress, not reporting the person, but just saying, I'm just overwhelmed. And again, whatsoever the values of our families are, let's teach our children too, our female children most especially, to imbibe them. When your female child knows that this is our family norms, this is what we believe in our families, and it's become a part of them, and you don't start it when this child is already 10, 11, 12. No. Formative years of children, generally, where they learn some of these character behaviors and habits, it's from 0 to 8 years. So if you're able to put one, when the baby is in utero in the womb, you are talking to the child, you are telling the child about what you want the child to be, how you want the child to become, you know, and the child comes into life, and you continue with that affirmation, tell them who they are, make them understand what they are made up of, and as they grow older, it will really be very, very difficult.
Okay, let me take you back to that constructive and adequate and beautiful communication that you said should exist between a mother and a daughter. Do you know that there are some mothers that do not have time for their children, particularly the ones that they perceive are already grown up, can take care of themselves? You know, some mothers don't have that kind of relationship with their children. So how can a child who is being bullied, who is being troubled outside, bring such a problem to that kind of a mother who does not have time. You do a 9 to 8 job, or you run a business, you are everywhere, but not where your child is. Talk to some mothers this afternoon.
It's very painful, really very painful how some mothers are interested in giving their daughters money than spend time talking with them and having, you know, day out with them. The truth of the matter is, mothers, please and please, you know, these are daughters, these are children, they are treasures, they are investments, in short. You know, when your child is doing well and your child has peace, you will have peace in your house. Any issue, negative issue with the children has a way of distorting the house front. So it's not enough to go look for money. Oh, I paid your school fees. And, you know, I bought you this new dress that is coming on. I bought you this human hair and all of that. No, let's learn to communicate with our children. Let's talk with these female children. The truth of the matter is they want to hear you talk. They want you to listen. And when they talk to us, let's not be judgmental. Let's allow them talk. Listen most of the time. Let them do the talking. And from their talk, you'll be able to, you know, pick 1 or 2 things. It's not every time you're like, no, don't do it like this, do it like that. No, allow them. Give them, you know, opportunity to hear their minds, hear their opinions. Then, other times you can now sit again and address some of those issues one after the other. It's not enough to just give them money. It's not enough to buy them good clothes. No. Stay with them. And again, I want to talk to those female children that it looks like your parents or your mother is very busy. For female children like that, it's called that they are very close to their father. You can talk with your dad. And if they are not very close to their father, they may be very close to someone. Yes, I had a student that was very close to me like that. And somehow, you know, she was able to confide in me in a lot of things. You'll be wondering, this person is always carrying water can. What was inside? It's not water, female, it's drug.
Are you for real?
And there's no way the parents will know. There's no way other persons around will know. But somehow, God will always, you know, in this life, God does not leave you stranded. God will always raise somebody for you. At every point in time, when that particular female child is going through that challenge, God will always raise somebody that the person can confide in. It may not really be a family member, but somebody that is trustworthy enough for that person to you know, confide in at that particular point in time and help the person go through that particular period.
All right, I know there are some mothers that will not be able to tell their children, their female children, I want you to grow up and become like me. There are some mothers who will not dare say it because those mothers are nowhere to be found. Absolute nowhere. Now, how do we bring that girl to consciousness of the things that are going on around her, of the pressure of society, particularly this issue of sex slavery, sex trafficking? Do you know that some mothers aid and abet?
Exactly.
Fathers do, but the ratio of the number of fathers that aid and abet their children is not as much as the mothers. It's not as if they don't know what that girl is going to do. It's not as if they don't know the pains she's going to come down with. It's not as if they don't know the dangers. But would I say, because of societal norms, we live in a society that celebrates money, regardless of how that money comes about. And you see this woman knowing fully well that this girl's life is going to be endangered. They still push their daughter. You not see that person. You not see that person. I don't burn you. Now time for you to take care of me. You are now reversing roles. Your 16-year-old girl, your 15-year-old girl is now becoming the master of the house, and such a child cannot be talked to, cannot be advised. So how do we get mothers to know that, madam, this thing you are doing will not benefit this girl, and in the long run, you, the mother, will suffer for it?
There's something we call behavioral change model. You know, it has to do with persuading, educating, and encouraging people to, you know, imbibe new and positive characters and habits, especially as it relates to their health. So this behavioral change model, if we put it in, and it still has to do with information, let's get them informed.
Okay.
Let's bring them, let's have forums where mothers can come together, talk to themselves, not just mothers and their children, mothers to mothers, talking to themselves, you know. When a mother tells you this is how I was able to overcome this challenge, the other mother is able to learn from that and then use it for our children.
Okay, let's take this very short break now. When we come back, we'll round up. Okay, you've said so much about mother-daughter relationship. In a sentence, talk to mothers how they can instill discipline in their children, build their confidence, thereby raising a stronger generation of women.
Mothers, I want to appreciate all your efforts. Mothers who are trying, especially in this our present day Nigeria, it's not easy to raise, especially the female children, it's not easy at all. You know, sometimes your mind is not even settled that you have a female child because of the things happening around. But then I want to encourage you, please and please, love these children. Love them and talk with them. Do heart-to-heart communications with them. But that does not mean making them your friend, does not mean you don't set boundaries. Okay. Set boundaries for them. Set boundaries, healthy boundaries for them, and we'll come out better for it.
All right, Aniye, thank you so much. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us on this program, Woman to Woman. We'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television, and I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project that I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, which we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen a relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But What's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. It was just a private preview. Because the organizer, I think, very wisely decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas. there's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. You know? Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine,
yeah,
which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, you know, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then, you know, it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and that is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. Okay. And then, you know, other crises also popped up, and then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us again on the program News Review for today. I am Deborah Ivi Ubeifun. The Federal High Court in Abuja, during Reconda review, sentenced the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, to life imprisonment upon his conviction on the offense of terrorism. Justice James Omotosho handed down the sentence while concluding the more than 6 hours judgment on Kanu's trial in Abuja.
The judgment delivery commenced at about 10 a.m. with Nnamdi Kanu sent out of the courtroom for constituting a nuisance and exhibiting unruly conduct.
I am a judge. You can't be a judge. You don't know law. You don't know law. Nonsense. Where is the final address? Where is it? Which law gave you the right?
Justice James Omotosho found him guilty on all 7 counts preferred against him by the DSS. The court then sentenced him to life imprisonment in relation to count 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 of the 7-count charge in which he was prosecuted for count 3 relating to belonging to a prescribed terrorist group. Justice Omotosho sentenced him to 20 years imprisonment without an option of fine. On count 7, bordering on his unlawful importation of a radio transmitter for the purpose of furthering the clandestine activities of Radio Biafra, which is not registered in Nigeria, the judge sentenced him to 5 years imprisonment without an option of fine. The judge, who notes that Kanu had been unruly throughout the trial, says the law allows the court to impose death penalty for terrorism offenses, but that he, as a Christian, chose to be merciful to him. Justice Omotosho orders that Kanu be kept in protective custody in any part of the country, but not in Kuje Prison, Abuja, and that the radio transmitter be forfeited to the federal government. After the judgment, parties in the matter briefed press.
The judiciary has salvaged Nigeria from the claws, from the oppression of the proscribed IPOB. The court has also pronounced death sentence on Eastern Security Network, which was the military wing of IPOB. Today, God has brought an end to injustice, oppression, suffered by our brothers and sisters of the eastern states of Nigeria.
We disagree with the judgment vehemently.
Completely.
Yes. Yes. And we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done.
Yes. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, during week under review, vowed to deploy all instruments of the state to rescue all the school children recently adopted by bandits in Kebbi State and ensure that their adopters, as well as the killers of the gallant military officer, Brigadier General Musa Uba, and the vice principal, were made to face the full rods of justice. The message was delivered by the Vice President, Kashif Shettima, who spoke in Birnin Kebbi, the Kebbi State capital, on the directive of the President.
Upon arrival in Kebbi, Vice President Kashim Shettima immediately met with the state governor and other stakeholders. The Vice President, who led the federal government delegation, read the written speech of President Bola Tinubu, extending President Tinubu's sympathy to families of the abducted school girls and the state government. Shettima described the abduction of the school girls from the boarding school in Maga as an assault on the collective conscience of all Nigerians.
Your Excellency, Kebbi's pain is Nigeria's pain. When one child is taken, every home in this nation grieves. When girls, in the safety of their classroom, are seized by criminals, our collective conscience.
The Vice President promised that the federal government would support the family of the late General Uba, the late Vice Principal of the school, and others who were killed by terror groups while doing everything possible to rescue the abducted schoolgirls.
We also honor the ultimate sacrifice made by some of our brave officers and soldiers. To the family of the late Brigadier General Musa Uba, we say his sacrifice will never be forgotten. When a soldier gives his life in defense of this nation, a part of our collective soul is touched.
The Kebbi State Governor Nasser Idris thanked the President for the show of support, concern, and immense leadership. He says religious leaders in the state have been mandated to pray day and night for the release of the girls.
And we have directed all our clerics in the states continue to pray. We know they are doing, but we ask them to add more effort to ensure that day and night continue to pray so that we will see this out.
Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
Also in the week, we reported that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu praised the former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, as a statesman whose actions helped safeguard Nigeria's democracy at a critical moment. He gave the commendation while speaking at the 10th anniversary dinner of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation in Abuja.
President Bola Tinubu was represented at the event by his deputy, Vice President Kashim Shettima. He described former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as a guardian of Nigerians' collective value, whose legacy continues to resonate beyond his time in office. President Tinubu says Goodluck Jonathan's decision to concede the 2015 presidential election remains a defining lesson in leadership and a testament to democratic maturity. He emphasized that Jonathan had demonstrated the principle that nobody's ambition supersedes the sovereignty of the state, urging Nigerians to embrace tolerance and respect electoral outcomes.
The man at the center of this gathering, former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, stands as a profound lesson on life after public service. A statesman who preserves our democracy at a moment when it matters most.
President Tinubu also warned that global democracy, including in West Africa, had come under severe strain over the last decade, weakened by adventurous, extremists, actors intoxicated by power, and those who see institutions as inconveniences and election as mere formalities. In his speech, former President Goodluck Jonathan expressed sympathy over recent incident of abduction and attack across the country, urging political leaders to show greater responsibility in addressing threats to the security and welfare of Nigerians.
We condole with the families of the people who have lost their lives, the general, the vice principal of the school, and all the other people that are still in detention. We pray that this country get out of this situation very soon.
Guest speaker Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers highlighted the importance of functional democratic institutions and stressed that young people must be central to efforts aimed at stabilizing the continent. From Abuja, Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
7 Edo federal lawmakers in the House of Representatives on Tuesday last week moved for urgent investigation into the establishment, funding, and implementation framework of the Museum of West African Art, MOA. Honorable Esosa Yahweh, who moved the motion under urgent public importance, raised serious questions of alleged financial impropriety and foreign interference.
The Museum of West African Art, MOA, was founded in 2020 as an independent non-profit establishment to preserve West African heritage and showcase contemporary creativity, with its first purpose-built campus later opening in Benin City. In this motion, sponsored by 7 Edo State federal lawmakers in the House of Representatives on Tuesday by Honorable Billy Usawaru, Honorable Esosa Yahweh, Honorable Julius Ihambere, Honorable Peter Patterson, Honorable Marcos Sonobu, Honorable Okoji Odianosen, and Right Honorable Gabriela Igbinedion Omosade, the lawmakers called to question the issues of control of the museum left in the hands of private or foreign interest, contrary to Nigeria's sovereignty over its cultural patrimony.
Credible reports and public commentary suggested that the structure of ownership, governance, and donor involvement in MOA may have created a framework that places undue influence on control in the hands of private or foreign interest, contrary to Nigeria's sovereignty over its cultural patrimony.
We have a problem when it comes to the organizational and legal framework of this so-called Museum of West African Arts, otherwise known as MOA. Mr. Speaker, this whole exercise of MOA is shrouded in a lot of secrecy. We must be very careful because this involves a lot of international donors.
The lawmakers want an ad hoc committee constituted to investigate the establishment, funding sources, governance framework, and donor agreement relating to the Museum of West African Art, MOA, in Edo State, with a view to determining the level of government involvement and oversight, the nature and extent of donor participation and influence, the legal and financial implications of all existing agreement, and the safeguard measures in place to protect Nigeria's ownership and control of its cultural assets. From the House of Representatives, Ogane Victor, ITV News.
In the same vein, we told you during the Week-Onda review that Edo State House of Assembly announced a public hearing on the outcome of investigations into the Radisson Blu Hotel and the Museum of West African Arts, MOA.
A public hearing on the investigations into the Radisson Blu Hotel and the Museum of West African Art, MOWA, scheduled for Thursday, November 20th and Friday, November 21st, 2025, will hold at the Edo State House of Assembly complex by 10 a.m. daily. The Speaker of the 8th Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, made the announcement as lawmakers returned from recess during Tuesday's plenary. He also noted that invitations have been dispatched to all relevant stakeholders.
There will be a public hearing conducted by 2 ad hoc committees set up by the House to investigate the Museum of West African Arts, MOWA, and Radisson Blu Hotel in Edo State, respectively.
In another development, lawmakers deliberated on a bill seeking to establish the Edo State Economic Planning and Development Council. Honorable Isibo Ade, representing Esan Northeast Constituency 1, and other lawmakers expressed their support for the bill.
It is very important that local government council chairmen work hand in hand with His Excellency the Governor of the state to have a proper economic direction of how the councils will operate in every financial year.
Additionally, a bill aimed at regulating building construction and curbing irregularities in the real estate sector passed its second reading. Lawmakers, including Honorable Donald Okogbe, representing Akoko Edo Constituency 2, spoke in favor of its passage.
In the area of regulation of rents of estate agency practitioner, you go to sites, everybody is an engineer, even the man who was a service yesterday. This bill seeks to regulate all of that.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagmo, ITV News.
On politics, we told you during the week under review that the crisis within the People's Democratic Party continues as a faction loyal to National Chairman Kabiru Turaki, SAN, and the faction aligned with the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, both made attempts to take control of the party's national secretariat in Abuja. The chairman of the PDP Governors Forum, Senator Bala Mohammed, and Oyo State Governor Sheyi Makinde were also present to support Turaki's National Working Committee. The area recorded a heavy presence of security personnel.
The massive deployment of heavily armed police officers for the separate NWC meetings by both factions at the same venue speaks clearly to an anticipated outbreak of violence. The Turaki faction arrived with Governors Bala Mohammed, Sheyi Makinde, and former Governor of Kano State, Ibrahim Shekarau. After some struggles at the gate, they gained entrance and proceeded into the neck hall for their meeting. After a short while, they briefed the press.
And you can see the Minister of the FCT coming himself in person, being backed by the police. We have been tear gassed as governors. We have been molested in spite of our immunity in time. I will advise the presidency that it should not keep people who are no longer useful in terms of managing the political space, managing our diversity.
Shortly after they exited, an escort convoy announced the arrival of the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. He experienced difficulty accessing the complex as the governors blocked the gate. But after the police fired tear gas canisters, he gained access into the building. The governors returned to the building. Another round of tear gas was fired by security personnel of the Nigerian police. National Chairman Kabiru Turaki, SAN, calls on the international community, particularly the U.S. President Donald Trump, to intervene in support of democratic process in Nigeria.
We will be now calling on international community. I want to call on President Trump. What is at stake is not just genocide against Nigerian Christians. He should come and save democracy in Nigeria. Democracy is under threat. I'm calling on all other developed nations, all advanced democracies, come and save Nigeria. Come and save democracy.
During the standoff, Governor Bala Mohammed held a brief conversation with a representative of the police commissioner, stating he will remain at the premises until Wike left. He then reconvened with his team for their scheduled meeting.
Then tell him, I will. Otherwise, we will be here after the next tomorrow. Then it's not good for this boy.
What we are fighting for, yes, this is not PDP issue at all.
It's our survival.
It is
survival of democracy.
Police continue to release tear gas canisters in the vicinity. Meanwhile, the Wiki faction held its own meeting at the same time. During this meeting, it announced the expulsion of Bala Muhammad, Sheyi Makinde, Dawda Lawan, and Bode George. Both meetings concluded around the same period, with Wiki leaving the premises first.
From the National Secretariat of the PDP,
Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
As a mark of honor and recognition of the fatherly disposition of the Esama of Benin and honorary Romanian consul to Edo and Delta States of Nigeria, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbeneghu, the Zonal Director of NTA Benin, Mrs. Tenny Ajayi, led other management staff of the station to the house of Igbeneghu on a courtesy call. The children of late DIG Pari Osayande also visited the Esama of Benin to appreciate him for his support during their father's burial.
The NTA management, led by the Zonal Director, Tenny Ajayi, were received on arrival at the House of Igbeneghu by the Executive Director, Operations, ITV and Radio, Senior Edogbedo Onse. Mrs. Tenny Ajayi eulogized the shining leadership disposition of the Esama, whom she said has been a source of encouragement to her predecessors. She informed the Esama of Benin that she has recently been posted to head Benin Zonal Office and thought it wise to come and intimate the Esama of Benin about the progress of work in NTA Benin.
Your Excellencies, Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbeneghu, Esama of Benin Kingdom, I'm honored to visit your esteemed residence as the Zonal Director of NTA Benin with my management team. We bring warm greetings from the extended NTA family and appreciate your warm reception, unwavering support, and partnership.
The host and Esama of Benin, an honorary Romanian consul to Edo and Delta States of Nigeria, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbeneghu, thanked the august visitor. The Esama praised NTA management for their dogged determination to continue to improve on the quality of their broadcast programs. He expressed the hope that Mrs. Tenny Ajayi will take the Benin Network Center to another level.
Everybody that come do their own and go, they steady working, your production, and it's improving. I'm so happy.
The children of late DIG Pari Osayande were also at the house of Igbeneghu to thank the Esama of Benin for his support to the family during the recently concluded burial of their father.
We came to say thank you to our very, very dear father, who has been such an immeasurable support to us since we lost our dad. He's just been there for us.
Late Deputy Inspector General of Police Pari Osayande was a bosom friend of the Esama of Benin. He was the Esama's best man in London during the wedding of his late wife, Mrs. Irene Igbeneghu, mother of former DG Nigerian Airports Authority, Mr. Peter Igbeneghu. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The Speaker, Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebako, appeals to the Federal Road Maintenance Agency during week under review to rehabilitate federal roads in Edo State, which he described as being in deplorable condition. Now, moving on to some security reports now. Edo State Police Command during week under review assured residents that it is intensifying strategies to curb the rising cases of kidnapping and other crimes across the state, particularly incidents recorded in farming communities. The Command's Public Relations Officer, CSP Moses Yamu, explained that several initiatives, including the Community Safety Partnership, strengthened intelligence gathering, and embraced synergy with sister security agencies, are being implemented to address insecurity in the state. In the same vein, we told you during week under review, the operatives of the Edo State Security Service Corps arrested 3 suspects in separate incidents involving burglary and alleged sexual molestation of minors in Ubo and Esige areas of Benin City. The suspects have been handed over to the police for further investigation. In case you're just joining us, the program is News Review. We'll go on a quick break. When we return, the program News Review will continue. Please do stay tuned. Thank you so much for staying tuned to the program News Review. Now moving on. On Tuesday last week, Oba Market traders staged a heated protest at King Square, blocking the entrance of Edo State House of Assembly. The protesters appealed to the legislators to help them resolve the recent order for traders to vacate the markets by January 2026. And a cheerful note reported last week that the Executive Director of Operations, Independent Television and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbeide Owunwonse, was commended for his immense contributions to the media industry. The commendation came during the 8th edition of the Best of Edo Awards 2025, held at the Sir Victor Waifo Creative Hall, Benin City, where he was honored with the Media Icon of the Year award. The chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Dr. Festus Alenhe, Ambassador Lancelot Oduwa Imasuen, among others, were also honored for excellence in their various fields of human endeavor.
On behalf of Best of Edo Award, because certainly you are one of the best in your chosen area, is Chief Elder Ogbeide Owunwonse.
The Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbeide Owunwonse, received the Media Icon Award for 2025, surrounded by friends, colleagues, and family members. The Best of Edo Awards, established in 2018, aims to recognize and honor illustrious sons and daughters of Edo State who have distinguished themselves in their respective careers. The initiative is championed by Sir Paul Ofoni, the visionary and chief executive.
We celebrate not just achievements, but the spirit of excellence, innovation, and distinction that defines the Edo people across the world.
20 notable personalities of Edo extraction, accompanied by their families and friends, received various awards. The chairman of NUJ Edo State, Dr. Festus Alenke, was honored for his contributions to the growth of journalism, while iconic filmmaker Ambassador Lancelot Oduwa Imasuen, with countless movies and home videos to his credit, was also recognized alongside others.
For all the good work they are doing for our dear state and for humanity. Congratulations.
We congratulate you, our brother Chief Ambassador Dr. Lancelot Oduwa Imasuen.
The Special Youth Impact Recognition Award. Congratulations.
The awardees expressed gratitude to the organizers for the honor.
I dedicate this award to my dear wife and my 4 children, and to Independent Television and Radio that has given me the platform to operate, that I am getting this recognition today. Then above all, to serve Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbenedion, the Esama of Benin Kingdom, the Esama of the universe.
Prior to the awards, a documentary of the recipients were on display, which highlighted their impact and contributions. A major side attraction at the ceremony was a captivating performance by a young girl, Kimberly Ofoni, whose songs and poetry reflected the theme of the event, Ideas in Motion. The 8th edition of the Best of Edo Awards showcased fashion, entertainment, and networking opportunities. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Independent Television and Radio during Reconda Review officially unveiled and welcomed its 2025 Father Christmas, Father Paul, at a colorful ceremony held at the corporate head office in Benin City, signaling the beginning of the station's annual festival celebration. Management and staff of the station, led by the Executive Director Operations, Senior Elder Ogbeide Owunwonse, were on hand to receive Father Paul, who arrived with loads of gifts for children and guests.
A
Official reception of Father Paul amidst chairs at the Independent Television Corporate Headquarters. Management and staff of ITV, sponsors from Get Rich Real Estate and Sun Peak Energy, teachers and students of St. Agnes University Preparatory School were in high spirit as they welcomed the August visitor. Executive Director, Operations, Chief Elder Obeide Omumose, in his address, described the annual Father Christmas program as one of ITV's longest-running social engagement initiatives designed to create memorable experiences for children while fostering community bonding during the festive season.
The pleasurable experience from the past Father Christmas is nothing compared to what we are going to experience this year.
Director, Independent Radio, Dr. Dano Mosuzi, said the event provides an avenue for the station to fulfill its corporate social responsibilities to the Christian community and also enables staff to feel the essence of the season.
The management of Independent Television and Radio cherish this event.
The event featured a variety of games and entertainment, including a committee umbrella dance, students dance competition, teachers dance competition, and male and female staff dance competition. The high point of the occasion was the distribution of gifts to students and guests in attendance by Father Paul. Some of the students and sponsors commended ITV for the yearly initiative.
We love you, ITV. We hope to come back next year for another episode of Father Christmas Party.
In a closing remark, Deputy General Manager, Independent Television, Dr. Sonudio Kokosun, announced that the 2025 Father Christmas is open to the public from November 20th, 2025 to January 1st, 2026.
Now that Father Paul is here, we call on schools, churches, corporate organizations to avail themselves of this opportunity to delight their children this Yuletide.
From Benin, Jola Diljo, ITV News.
With that report on ITV Father Christmas, we call it a wrap on today's edition of the program News Review. Do not forget to keep it there to test next week Sunday. We shall be bringing you the program News Review again. I am Deborah Ivie Ugbefron. I'll see you next week. To have a wonderful week ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.